Hello and welcome back, everyone. We're going to be playing some Realms of Exether, which is a fantasy overhaul mod. But since we did Mod Jam fairly recently, and I don't think they'd mind us showing this, we can. Sandbox is not allowed when objectives selected. No. We could take a look at the sandbox. We're going to decide who we want to play. But what we can do is we have the trailer video that was used in Mod Jam for this mod, Realms of Exether. So I think it may be a little bit interesting for us to play it. So we're going to play through it.
Long ago, the gods were banished beyond the stars. In their absence, mortals inherited the world. Kingdoms arose, empires sprawled, and from broken faiths, new orders were born. Yet the balance was never certain. Beneath banners and treaties, unrest simmered. Now, the old powers stare. Magic returns, wild, untamed, and hungry. The world twists in its grasp. What once was firm, now fractures. Thrones fall, truths unravel, and what was known is no longer safe. Mortals reach higher still, wielding steel and spell, machine, myth. This is not a world made to be saved. It is a world already in motion. You will not halt what comes, but you may shape what follows.
Alright, so that is the mod, a nice little intro, much better than I could intro it, showing it off. Is this still on 1.8? This is not on 1.8, this is on 1.9, it is updated, but that video was from 1.8. Hey, the ninth person man, hey Playa, how's it going? We need to print people, this is true. Someone's suggesting we play Tepheret. We could take a look at who we want to play. We have the Birth of Artifice. Let's take a look at our objective things. Magic the new and gods and are new and world-changing concepts to the people of Exether. In some places, it has given rise to new religions or return of ancient traditions, but in others, it has become the focus of intense scientific study. Will the old kingdom of Settler Coast adapt and sail on the winds of change, or will it be their own doing? So these are some of the bigger guys. I was kind of thinking I was maybe interested in playing Vosmead Peaks, but we see some people suggesting one that we haven't played before with Tepheret. Or I think a couple people. Hey Junker, how's it going? Hey Yankees fan, how's it going? Your description tags say 1.8. No, not like this. You're right, they probably do say 1.8. We're not playing on 1.8. We're just bad at updating our tags. The truth hurts. We should update that. Where's the tag? No. We'll fix that in post. And by fix it in post, I mean probably forget to fix it in post. There might be another version. No, we're going to be playing what is the currently live version. I think we get 2 weeks out of this before their update. There's also Wilds of the South, which Demonia suffering a crushing defeat in the Viceroy's War, it just turned its eyes towards the rich resources of the South Seas. The balance of the region be damned. The empires will have its dues. Demonia is kind of the Great Britain of this mod, although not quite as strong. Extracted in blood, and when the local nations refuse its purported rightful authority. We see Hassal's legacy. More magic. With magic spreading through the world, it's only a matter of time before the new and old crises would resurface. And no region had more trouble brewing than the continent of Zalaron. Now embroiled in a war after the old lines on the map are either replaced with new ones or violently held in place. And we have rivals on the scale tides. This is kind of like the East, or the equivalent of Asia, home to gnolls, goblins, ogres, avians, and kobolds. Few pay much mind to the western seas, but this state of affairs will not last long, as territorial and nationalistic ambitions among the monstrous inhabitants, as well as the meddling of the established empires, drive them even further towards modernity. In particular, the Ulug dynasty is really kind of very similar to China and Vanilla. But let's take a little look at the sandbox and decide who we want to play. Another one I want to eventually do is that major formable shattered human empire the gnomes started war with at the start. Have you checked out the vampires? They have a fun mechanic. We have seen a little bit of the vampires. I do believe this mod uses some AI art for them. But you're talking about playing East Deloria, right? Someone else wanted us to play, what was the other nation someone had suggested already? Tepheret, which I think is one of the elf realms that's kind of a little bit more isolated at game start here. Oh, but they're not anymore. What's this? What's this but a waterway to the interior? I don't think that was present before. I think you used to be kind of landlocked as Tepheret. Very interesting. I don't think we've played too much of an elf, so this is going to be an interesting one. Gnomes got nerfed? Don't? Okay. They added license to build robots, pretty good, but it crashes longer timelines move on. Crashes longer. Dragon Isles is sort of fun, trying to not to explode, be racist, etc. It do be how it. Oh. Methinks we are going to need to change our map mode settings. I was like, man, all these like weird like formations in the water. This like just looks a little strange. Were you gonna play Ottomans, the Realms of Exether? We're gonna try. little not fully updating the title action. Well, I think Tepheret's gonna be one of the choices. Elves. And Vosmi Peak's gonna be one of the sources. But let's just click Tepheret and see if we can change the settings here. Eridor is best for ultra-capitalist run? Or does it not matter once you're in game? It's only... No, it does matter. That's gonna drive me wild. They don't have a map for that. So if we just do this, it should be fine. Yeah, so this is a better look. Give your life to Jesus? Jesus. That's tomorrow. So we have Tepheret here, who everyone has unique advantages. The big ones are going to be, wait, where's their magic? What's going on here? Well, we are going to have a unique tech that's associated with our being an elf, but I don't see where our magic is off to the left. It has been a hot minute since we played Realms of Exether. This is Elven Beauty, where we get extra influence, prestige from Navy power projection, and extra infamy decay. We also get a loud car outside. But I'm curious where my magic is. Just click on the magic resource. Click on the magic resource. So not the Wanderlust. Arcana. Okay. That does work, I suppose. We have access to Sphinx, which gives extra maximum declared interest to university building throughput. Gives education access, political strength of academics. Kind of like that one. We give technology spread, 10%. We can get 10% innovation and 5% weekly mandate progress. That's kind of good early on. 7% technology research speed, almost certainly going to be something that we look to cite in. Each one of these will cost 200 Arcana. We start with 400. And we can also do Unicorn. Minus infamy generation. This is really good once you stack a lot of it. We don't necessarily have a stack. A farmer's investment pool contribution is an interesting one. Military building throughput, not ideal. Or at least a malice on it. Dangerous working conditions. Just, the unicorn doesn't look too good. I suppose minus mortality is kind of okay, along with extra standard living. I think your game is bugged. Did you use the open beta version for Vic 3? No, we're on 1.9.5. There's also a major formable, a minor formable. Let's take a look. The Star Shimmer Federation, which is the greater kind of region here. Maybe something we'd be interested in if we want to play Tepheret. We can also play the Vosmeat Peaks, I think. The dwarves instead of the elves. Dragon and Angel have workforce ratio? Oh, okay. The Dragon and Angel were not that built up. But we can form Yavaz with Yavira. That is, of course, a combination of Vaz, Mead Peaks, and them. Oh, we get our little art, the Murad Sweepers. I assume there are several unique companies here, just in general, but they do have, of course, the company stuff implemented. Very cool. In fact, I think we could slot this out and maybe take a look at some of the unique companies, or some of the companies. But there's going to be a lot with magical industries. That's a lot of industries on one thing. To be fair, there's a lot of, like, logging plus effectively logging type of things. We see ice is a... What is this? This is a good we haven't seen before. Ice caps. Produces ice. Interesting. Agrarianism buff. Can you build a wall in the capital of your enemies? I don't know. The Giants also have a funny workforce mod. Demonia we got reworked as well. It's a lot more impending Doom feeling. We do like some Doom. For Demonium, it's even in the name. I'm surprised someone didn't recommend Brackenshire for the Uber reinvestment. Capitalist, if you wanted to do the Capitalist Play Small run, that would be probably a good choice. I forget where the Angels and Demons are. I think there's some over here. There's also the birds over here. Ashen Pact sounds a little demonic. Mages are also in the military now, by the way. Really? Oh, they do have unique art for this. We see heavy tanks, siege artillery, mechanized infantry. Ah, support. Instead of having art, what is it, cavalry, you get mages. 25 offense, 2015. We have 45, 55. So, not the best from the stat line, but what are we getting here? We get spell power. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? There's also Fantasy China. There is a Fantasy China. Dreadmore and Hag Marshes are also fun. I do like Hag Marshes. This is the equivalent of Fantasy China, the U-Log Authority. So maybe kind of collecting a couple more choices here to vote on. The two we are going to vote on are going to be Tepheret and Vosmead Peaks, at the very least. This looks like it's gotten reworked a little bit over here. Is that humans? Crazy. But these guys are the rich ones. But now there's no way in on the coast. Do the Magi have an Archmagus boss? I don't know. It makes your army do overall more damage, I think. It's probably doing a lot of infantry plus mages, I would guess. I would venture. And empower the mage, you know, class, as it were, as we go. So maybe that's a... Where is the mage? The Rune Seers, for us, at least as the dwarves here. The mage class. Actually, let's take maybe a closer look at them. To maybe show them off to someone who's not familiar with the mod. We get Isolationist as our debuff. Minus Radicals. And extra state construction efficiency. Quite powerful. Can we play as Louisiana? We cannot. Okay, you get almost free army as goblins. How about that? We have done a video on that before. As the U-Log Authority. I suppose we could run it back. I think that since we haven't uploaded video on that, or run on that, or we've done that somewhat recently, last time we played this mod, I think that we don't quite want to do that, but I guess if people really want us to do that. Encore, turning all your peasants into mutants. Let's take a look. Play as Orc City? These guys look like orcs. What are they? They're Angori. They're ogres. So they get, as their tradition, extra minimum expected standard of living, not ideal, and kill rate and political strength while receiving welfare. That seems kind of terrible. I'm not sure we have seen a worse tech. Are we sure that that's what we give for ogres? That is the worst racial tech we've seen. Considering kill rate, I think, is not actually even a good modifier. We do start out with a Chimerist. I was about to say an Enlightened Royalist, but I guess no dice on that front. But you were saying we get mutagenic trials. Huh. We can mutate the people. We can rebuild them. Or regrow them, as it were. We can also take a look at our magic here. So we don't have access to Unicorn and the other one, like the other team did, or the other nation. We instead have access to Fiend, which gives political strength, mortality, morale loss. Standard living for upper strata is kind of just a weird modifier. Minting, in this mod, minting isn't capped by at 200 million GDP, so minting modifiers are kind of nice. Overall, Fiend looks relatively weak. Extra workforce ratio here, though, 10%, that's quite strong. Birth rate and mortality is reasonable, as some of our magic. I love this mod, I like it too. Tepheret can do mutagenic as well. What's the point of mutants? I don't know. Mutagen pools max level. I think we could grow people in our vats of chemistry and the like. But someone says Tepheret can also do that. Maybe we just... see, what other suggestions have we gotten? I think you guys don't necessarily have too strong a preference on what we do. Dreadmore and Hagmarshes. So, where's Dreadmore? I thought it was somewhere in here. I think Dreadmore is the vampires. Using the DNA from Dracula in the base game. Here, of course. I'd prefer to see something you didn't yet play. Well, we haven't played Tepheret or any elf. We have played a little bit of Dreadmore, not a lot. But yeah, I would kind of prefer to play something fresh unless people have a very strong inclination. Minus mortality, extra, well, plus 10% aristocrats investment pool contribution efficiency is interesting. We also do get a little bit more arcana. I don't know if that increases the maximum we can use at the top end, or if it just makes it so that we get ours a little bit earlier. We can click on this and see what magic we have. We also have Fiend Angel, much like the one we just took a look at. But I thought we had issues where we eat our pops and we have huge negative growth. And that this was one of the interesting things with Dreadmore. Blood ties, 6%. Okay. Now the other one we were asked to take a little bit of a look at was... Dreadmore, and what's the other one? Mutagen pools give the location 10% birth rate. Backgrown pops are whack. I prefer free range pops. That's fair. Ice Monopoly run to show the new trade mechanics. The vampires have a unique journal entry that basically, if you do that, you basically import a ton of pops. Yeah, to eat. Good evening for you. Good evening. I can't find the person's comment where they recommended Dreadmore and one other thing. Hagmarshes. Let's take a look at Hagmarshes. Oh. We need eyes. They were right there beneath our nose. Are we hags or are we marshes? Someone needs to add the real question. Primary culture is hag. We get midnight ascendancy, which is the same as the vampire ones. We also get fiend and angel in here as our magics. I assume we have a little bit of a different journal entry thing going on. Everyone remembers when we urbanized the hag marshes. It seems like they have a less going on than Dreadmore. We've played Dreadmore before, but not a whole lot. I wish I knew which one of these guys had gotten a lot of additional flavor. Someone wanted us to maybe do an ice monopoly, so that would be trying to get a bunch up here. I don't know who's good for playing up here. I think a lot of these guys have virtually no pops. Could play someone really big. I think I'm like the idea of voting for either Tepheret, though, or Vosmeet Peaks. Either the elves or the dwarves. I think East Theloria someone was agitating for quite a bit. They do have a big formable, and they are humans. Let's take a quick look at them. You get a tech bonus from for spellcasters as hag marshes. Okay, maybe we'll put hag marshes into the poll. We'll check how much are on Twitch. In case we do need representation for Twitch viewers. Kind of near the threshold. Maybe we straw pull it. Okay, East Theloria, though, is going to be, I think, human ingenuity. We get traded quantity, trade advantage, and production research speed. Ah, that's pretty good. That's a step up from kind of the things they used to be. And I do think we have the ability to form, eventually, Theloria. I think this is a major unification, so we can do it diplomatically with these various boyos here, which may be something we interests us. And so let's do rank order, ranking poll, and again, who play. And with these ranking polls, it's important to note that you are going to drag and drop who you want to play as. So let's do Tepheret, which is the elves, Vosmeet Peaks, dwarves, who are more industrious and less magic-oriented. East Theloria, humans, and hag marshes, hags. Who apparently have a magic bonus. Now this is a ranking poll, and we will show what a ranking poll does before we link the ranking poll, because very often, when we do a ranking poll, people do not operate it correctly. So let's take a look. Okay, so for ranking polls, you're supposed to drag and drop in your order of preference, and it will assign a number of points, depending on your preference, to that vote. And so if everyone puts one option as their second choice, even if they're, even if there's a lot for a first choice of various things, and nobody voted for East Theloria as their first choice, it's still possible for the second choice to win, right? So it is a rank order, or it's a ranking poll. I think it's technically not rank order voting. What about the Archons or whatever? They have some events. I think we're just going to run with this poll, and we are going to do it in the generic chat, which goes to both the YouTube and the Twitch, so Twitch will have representation. There are 79 viewers on YouTube and 19 on Twitch, which is often why we talk about Twitch representation. We can have a tyranny of the majority, of course, where we vote whether Twitch should get representation. And the YouTubers always say, no. Here we have the current state of affairs, where the elves are winning, followed by the hags, followed by the dwarves, and then East Theloria humans. Tepheret, I think we haven't played a single elf nation. but we also haven't played a hag nation. We've played the Vosmead Peaks, that was the first nation we played, and we haven't played East Theloria. So, we are seeing stuff kind of kick up a little. Why don't we take a look at some of the Hagmarsh's stuff, if we can? Because we were told that they get a bonus towards magic somewhere. And that seems interesting. I'm just curious where it is. We get Midnight Ascendancy. Remove all the effects from Hexed Marshes. Ah. That's cool. Okay, I still don't know exactly where we're getting the magic bonus on these guys. I didn't see it in the journal. Can they form a nation? No, they can't form a nation. It's not on Midnight Ascendancy unless there's a separate tech for hags specifically. Chat will maybe have a little bit. Twitch representation, scandalous, basically. Does the Ukraine Defense Fund trigger Russian chatters? They're triggered either way. I fucked up and voted elves on accident. I won hags. Too bad. The price you pay for not understanding the voting system is not getting the votes that you wanted. I don't recall allowing Twitch suffrage. You start with more magic tech as the hags? Okay. That would make some sense. Start with like alchemical transmutation. Already lost in the sauce, and by sauce we mean potions. Votes proceeding as Kaikaku. What? Hags don't have content, I think. Does Twitch pay taxes? They watch ads. They watch ads just as the YouTube people do. That is the form of taxes, I believe. So let's see how we're doing on this vote. I think that Tepheret is looking like the clear winner, followed by the hags. If only that one Twitch viewer did not accidentally flub their vote, that would have made all the difference. But alas, you hag voters can blame that viewer. So, just in case something weird happens, we'll exit the main menu and we'll do this through the thingamajig. I don't think that there was one of these for, yeah, the elves. Twitch sometimes donates though. Now would be a good time to insert ads, the YouTube thing says. I generally just let it play its own ads. I think Twitch has more ads though. Some loud car outside. So let's play Tepheret, Great Power. We get Elven Beauty. Really do like, kind of maybe we try for a little bit more diplomatic playstyle, because we have a diplomatic bonus. So let's kind of see what's going on in our neighborhood. So we have a lot of things that have this, allows building Argentum Rail, which is going to be, okay, we need Cloud Silver and Thamacores, and it has this instead of Iron Spine Rail, which is a less magical railroad. So we are forced to deal more with magic with this within this sphere. Very cool. Let's see what else we got going on. Some infrastructure. State construction efficiency. Yep. These can be anything, so kind of important to hover them. Something like this. The Frayed Veil. Haunted Grounds throughput, but mortality in non-homeland states is a little bit of a rough one, as far as modifiers go. This is just a name. with no bonus. Okay. And a lot of Frayed Veil up here in the north. We do have a trade capacity thing kind of coming up here, and a trade capacity thing up here. But I don't think we own either of those. So I think that we are a little bit more down here. So... two mountain ranges, one to the left, one to the east, in the bay that we are kind of surrounding here. Okay. Okay. Let's take a look at our nation formation. Is this a major formation? It's a minor unification, so we will have to do that militarily. I think we probably want to get on that. These guys are genial. We can make them a protector. Thiral would be likely to side against us, as would this gentleman. I'm not sure we could fight against both of them. No demands on this guy. Are they already a subject? They're in our market. Not as a subject, though. They're just part of our block. We are a trade league with internal trade. Trade league is interesting because you can pull people in a lot easier. Not sure why we can't protectorate that guy, though. Is Infamy Decay diplomatic? It's kind of not. There's a bonus for conquering? Okay, just kidding. How do you live there? I would lose my mind. Who says we haven't? They updated for 1.9. Gotta play it soon. It is updated. They updated real fast. Let's see why we can protectorate one and not the other. We have a defensive pact with them. Bound for 20 years. Ah, this is interesting. Okay, so that will gate our expansion, or we want to break our thing. I don't think we do want to. Okay. We do have some interest we can declare. Let's maybe do this a little bit organically. With our eyes on the frost here. Up into the north. I don't know if we have a colonization to begin with. Let's take a look at our laws. We are a majocracy. Does that mean that we can form... I wonder if there are unique power blocks, actually. We do see a cultural union as a block. Gives political strength to PT bourgeoisie. Freedom of movement is actually, I think, a pretty solid choice for your... you're forced into. Like, we are probably going to swap over to external trade if we decide to keep this trade league as Tepheret. You gotta play with the mouse folk? We did play with the mouse folk. Just renegotiate? Or just renegotiate and be like, hey, how about we don't? That's true. How about not? Well, that makes things less interesting. I think the AI would not accept that, though, to be honest. We don't even get a truce with them? Yeah, you remember when we said we were gonna defend each other, and then we just said, you know what, maybe this is unnecessary, we both feel safe? Call an ambulance, but not for me. Yeah, basically. Okay. You always go for Empire with Thiral? Or Tepheret? Is that a block type? See, I'm tempted to leave and reform a block. I think at the very least what we're going to do is we're going to look to improve relations with some of the bigger guys, the bigger players. I think Thural is our natural enemy. So we'll improve relations with people other than them. Okay, so we are an oligarchic majocracy. Plutocracy is a potential one. Gives us authority, legitimacy based on votes, political strength of capitalists. I think we're just going to be about corporate state for that freebie, eh? Nobody supports that, though. Interesting. We would have to go monarchy if we wanted to do sovereign empire. Maybe sovereign empire is a little bit less interesting. Turning them into a protectorate means you protect them, right? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Then also cherry lime Arizona flavor is bomb. This is sour watermelon warheads. Energy drink. But I do like cherry limeade in the abstract. Starbound bureaucrats. I'm guessing this is going to be magic oriented. Unlocks oh wow. So we are forced onto having a bunch of mages. I mean, we'll take a look at our political situation, but it's almost all the powers in the mages right now. I think Arcane Learning was the one that was kind of better, but it could have been rebalanced. Maximum innovation investment, strong modifier. Ahead of time penalty decreased, so we're kind of into that. As one of these. Pollution effects, this is a little bit better than it was before, no? Minus mortality. I think we're still into arcane learning. The mages are very entrenched for us. We have wizardry school charity hospitals. Not mutagenic trials, but we can go that direction. So it seems like we have a firm grasp magicrat. We have Lonnie, the heir, as the leader of the mages. State construction efficiency is a nice modifier. Minus effects from turmoil, also nice. Damn, I bet that tastes good. It does taste pretty good. I wouldn't say it's my favorite energy drink, though. But it is a nice little twist. A little bit of sour. Well, we could do this and be pretty legitimate. Get the armed forces in. Do we have colonization? No, we don't. Do we have colonial tech? I imagine we do. We do. So why don't we get the armed forces in here? And start moving towards colonization if we want to gain control of the ice. That will be helpful. Is there another choice? No. Just kind of the normal ones. Do we think... You can't get mass migrations with this stuff, but colonial resettlement might be useful considering there's like no one in the ice. And I think, but here's the thing, is colonial exploitation looks a lot better in the world where we get minus 33% in unincorporated territories for construction efficiency, because that means you really don't want to build manufacturing overseas. So I think we're going to go with this. Hey, is there a possibility to see you play as Egypt in the recent Vic 3 patch? Pretty solid player, but I'm getting completely rigged as Britain there, even if I managed to defeat them one time. In the Ottomans War, they come for blood later. I just want to see how the biggest gamer does it. We just did a run as the Ottomans, which will end up being very similar to an Egypt run, like once you kind of get the Egypt run going. So probably not, unless there's a large demand for Egypt. Wish frontier colonization was buffed. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of colonization light. I think it's supposed to be kind of bad, though. What do you mean, yeah, frontier. Yeah, it's just a bad version of resettlement. Well, not strictly worse, because it affects approval, but it's just kind of, like, not very good version. Alright, let's get rid of some of this. The chyme salts is the equivalent of opium. We can tax services. We have a lot of authority here. Who can we rival? We're already rivaling Thiral. Let's maybe rival that direction. I don't know if... I assume having another rival there is kind of like not actually very good, but... Okay, we want to push corporate charters almost certainly. Especially because most of our land is coastal, so we can build ports. Alright, I think we kind of have a handle on some of that stuff. We haven't spent much of our authority. Let's take a look around our capital or what have you. Where's our capital here? Am I blind? Okay, here's our capital. We have a little bit of extra infrastructure here. We do have some wishstone quarries. Not a lot of arable land. So, kind of inclined to move it. This seems like already a better spot to move it to. Ooh, this has ice. We don't even know what that's for. People are talking about cornering the ice market, though. Britain allies with the Ottomans and it me, Russia and Austria together. That's the issue. So what you want to do is you want to probably deck on the Ottomans yourself, and you want to wait until... You want to have a bunch of... Try and get interests where UK has interests or Great Britain has interests. And what you want to do is you want to join on the side of their play. In a war, and then deck your own war. And because you're on the same side of a play as them, you will not be... They will be unable to join against you. And by doing this, you can avoid giving the UK the ability to join against you. Ascanon, 89, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Will you ever do a Corsica run? Probably not. Eridor got buffed. Yikes. They're our neighbor. So... We're thinking we want probably to move it to a place with a lot of arable land, but probably on the coast. Coast is preferable because we can build ports there. Here is 70-something arable land. Unless we're going to acquire a way better province at some point in time. In the nearest future. This place looks pretty strong. As does this. But we could say to ourselves, what if we get this? I would really like to have our capital on one of those types of provinces. But they're both part of Archon, who, if I'm not mistaken, is relatively strong. They're just a major power. I don't think we have boats. Enough boats to land. But if we got Eridor to help us out, that would be useful for this end. So I guess we'll keep the same capital for now with the idea that we're probably moving it. Do we have any huge population kind of places? Or is it just kind of well spread out? It's well spread out. Okay, so trying to think now where we want to spend our authority, just in general. You should check treaty with Necromancer, Gnome, Ravik. They got a unique option. Can you conscript mages? Easy. Well, the problem is we don't have a land way into here. We would need to land them. We don't have an interest in the same strategic region. We're going to play somewhat on theme. We're going to try and expand our base here. Maybe dip into colonialization down here, but I think we're going to kind of focus on around us at least first, which means we're going to be too slow to the party. I guess we can consumption tax some stuff. Something like that. And then... what do we have an advantage in? I don't think we have an advantage from our... what is it? One of these things is like you often are pushed in kind of like two different directions, but Elven Beauty doesn't give us any sort of push. I think that we're going to be more mage oriented, so less industry oriented. So to that end, I guess we would want to kind of do wish stones. Hello. Licensing Soul Rod is super RP, but it isn't great RP for else. Licensing built automatons. Wish you all a nice stream. Ayo. Thural has to go. They stole your forest elf reservations from you. That does sound like they have to go. Is that this? Because we're supporting their independence. Yeah, that does seem like... that seems like cause for war. So... ooh, we should probably update our PMs, eh? And these are not always necessarily positive, as much as... they are pushing certain specializations, which is kind of interesting. So wish stones, I would venture to guess wish stones and regular clothes actually have a similar base market price. So we can see this is plus 71%. I think the base market price for clothes is 30, and for wish stones, let's take a look. Our wish stones are dirt cheap right now, but I'm guessing this is minus 75. So wish stones and clothing have the same base price. So this creates kind of an interesting thing where this PM is not actually positive value, which is really rare in vanilla. Instead, it's equal value. And this mod does this in a lot of places. And so what this means is that if we have a wish stone based economy, this is probably good. If we don't, this is not necessarily good. And this is actually going to be good or bad, just in a general sense, contingent on the fact that, or contingent on which clothing line is more expensive or less expensive. If we have the luxury clothing as being more expensive, us gaining additional simple clothing is actually going to be not that valuable. But since the simple clothing is really the expensive one, this is probably going to be a good PM for us. So we're going to put that in. And this is a very similar thing. Is there an industrial one? No, it's just... okay. We're probably going to be shooting for this. Now, this is going to be the same deal, 30 for 30. This is going to be a little bit of a different deal, because I think glass has a different base price. So in theory, the Lakar is allowed outside, but this glass 40 base price, so on a base price basis, this is worth 400, and this is worth 390, the inputs. So this is net positive, but it's really close to even. I wish there was a way to eventually deploy annex people without being Sovereign Empire. Yeah. Thrall has a bunch of tree-loving hippies, but you can outscale them. We can outscale everyone with our magics. Our powerful magics. Steel mills. No cloud silver alloying. I guess we maybe don't start out with cloud silver line of stuff. Okay, so here we turn treasure. Almost certainly the PMs further down the road here are going to be better for us. I'm just not sure if we have the treasure. Luxury potions are expensive, so I think we would want to make more of them. And unless they changed food stuff, the price of liquor tends to get collapsed, so let's do that. Let's find an out for the liquor. Is this minus? No, this is increase in grain. I think we like that. Citrus. Is this different than base? I think grain base is citrus orchards is positive value just on a base level. The great one, thank you for the follow, big nice. We have some gizmos here. And this is decreasing tool input and increasing gizmos output. Input. I do believe gizmos are twice as expensive as tools. What does this look like? This looks like the base price of gizmos is 60. And the base price tools here is 40. So this is decreasing this by 400 and increasing it. So the gizmos are net positive. Coal base price is 30, right? What's potion's base price? 50. So this looks 30 into 50. So this is 100. Potion's base price is 50, or we can't do math. So, with this base price, this actually might not look so good. Because the input is... Oh, sorry, we're using potions to make flammable solids. This is good. Because the input is 250 and the output is like 480. Yeah, okay. And I'm just going to assume that it's these kind of ratios hold constant for other mines and not check each mine individually. Gizmos are 60 base. So this is an example of, I believe tobacco is 30 base. Or pipe weed, as it were. Oh, it's 40 base, so this is net positive. Alright. We'll assume that this is also going to be net positive, and we'll just put it in rather than checking every single thing. Shout out to the philosophy department. I think we do need level 5 to complete a JE. So we'll do that. We'll switch to secular. Now, base price 50, so it's 250 for softwood, whose base price is 20, if I'm not mistaken. So this is net negative. And so this is a matter of what's more expensive. Our potions are more expensive than our wood, so we'll leave that PM off for now. To be fair, it would make things a little bit more convenient. Because it's really nice when you produce a ton of softwood, like when you go on into electrical, what you can do is you can turn up all of these to focused hardwood, and it's a little bit less micro, so it's definitely nice. We'll switch to bulk trading. Wizard towers, they own things. We get the Argentum rail, which is the more magic-based rail, which is regional. Very cool. Floating frame buildings. Okay. This is going to increase cloud silver consumption by 20. Looks like this is 50 base price. 40 base price. And then it's going to decrease iron production or consumption. What's the base price of U? Oh, it's the same, so this is going to be slightly worth. The thing is, I don't think we have cloud silver at this juncture, but okay. I always max potions, not sure if it's good. It's sometimes good, sometimes bad. Put lead in the potions so people lose 5 IQ. True, true, true. Sugar orchards have more sugar, less fruit compared to vanilla. Vanilla actually was recently updated to have less sugar and more fruit, I think. So I think it's just off of old vanilla. Is this live? Yes. Off-topic question, how do you break away as puppet of the Ottomans, at least as fast as possible? as fast as possible, you probably want to get support independence from someone big. Would be my guess. There might be some like really quick cheese to do it as well. I'd not be shocked. Ooh, observatories are very strong. So I think what we're going to lead with is some construction. But let's first see where we have the biggest iron mine output. So we have quite a bit here and here. So we'll put down construction sectors in those two places. Really, we have 15 construction sectors here? What the hell? They're not fully employed. Wait, why is this plus 13? Dog. Were we holding down the control button? Maybe. Don't want to build that many. Okay, so then we top off the university for the JE. I think we have Atmo engine. So why don't we... And then put this on auto expand. And then do this and put this on auto expand. Little cloud silver action. Which is used in construction for us. Auto expand on this. And then we start in on the observatories. Something like that, maybe? Almost certainly, actually, we will need trade centers to resolve stuff, so we'll put a few on the coast here. And we'll throw these ahead of the observatories, because they construct real fast. And I think that's a good cue for us. We can be off on our way. Thoughts on electricity being traded between states, like in a good way? Micro sucks pretty hard for it. We're actually going to do a video on why just electricity sucks and you should just stop using it. Kind of. Almost categorically. Like, it's, unless you're out of peasants, electricity's so bad, you should actually just consider just not using it at all. Has Exether been updated in 1.9? Yes. Trade centers answered your question. Indeed, they did. So we are going to be moving on the way to make our formable. We have a little big chunk of infamy here. And we immediately have these massive shortages. So, where do we have the biggest shortage of gizmos? Where's our biggest shortage? Shagdoll. Okay. And then our biggest shortage of lead. Let's do this. There. Okay, cool. Got a couple more trade centers. Biggest shortage of potions. Not too crazy. Autumn Hills. Visfield. Which isn't even domestic for us, so Autumn Hills will have to add a trade center. And then what about exotic fabrics? Do some of that action. And then Local prices. Valona Pass. Alright, we'll add another trade center there. So we have a lot of trade coming in to solve those issues on the market. Let's also look at what we might have gluts of in our market. That is a plus 75 thing. So we will get rid of the export tariff on that. We'll keep that on dyes. We'll get rid of it here. Get rid of it here. And on the hardwood, definitely. Well, softwood as well. We don't have a comparative advantage in anything at this juncture. Usually you are out of peasants, though. It depends how you play. If you play really proactively to not run out of peasants, like, often you're caring about efficiency per construction rather than efficiency per worker. But if you are out of peasants, they're decent per worker. Don't forget about the unicorn card, General. Aye, that's right. You're correct. We have 2 cards we can put in. It's just not in the UI right now. I think we want tech research speed. This just seems very strong. Technically, innovation is going to give us more in the short term. I think in the long term we want that. Infamy generation would have been good before we declared this war. I think we're actually just going to play this. We can't play another card. We recently changed a card. Okay, we'll get more research speed though. Moving on to corporate charters here. Gonna increase speed of this. And I think we're on our way. Still running a couple shortages. Some of them are resolving. Let's do something like this. And that should be good for our queue. I guess we want the observatories back behind the other trade centers. We really kind of want to fix up our shortages first. Alright, no one sided against us. And we are getting a pretty good amendment kind of trickle through. I think we could go up on the speed a little bit more. And can we spend more authority? I think we really want to go after this guy. Let's think about which of these capitals would be better. Natural harbors. Is this just natural harbors? Natural harbors? It is. So one of these is like 60 arable land. This one's more. So I think we want this as our capital. But is this Archon's current capital? No, it's not. Maybe we just try and move to what will be a better capital for us just in the short term. And we can move cap again. Kind of feels a little bit bad. Just where we have the most arable land on a coastal province. Which is right here. It's not like way more than our current capital though. This is 40. And this is 80? I guess it is double. It's not like crazy high or over 100 or something though. Let's do that. We know we have bad questing coverage as well here. Is your ruler cautious? No. Neither is his heir. Could either increase taxes or decrease taxes. This puts us in the 75 bracket. I think we'll do this for now, but we'll probably be looking to increase taxes relatively soon. Yeah, let's take that. Or did I miss? I might have missed. Yeah. I think we maybe don't want to... I'm not sure if we're supposed to go positive or negative on the cloud silver. Like, we're supposed to put it out. Now, Ranar is likely to side against us, same as Selmuth. Ranar's down there. Are we big enough that we care? Not really. I think what we care about here is, one, the cars are allowed outside, and two, someone big joins against us, which doesn't look like it's the case. Or sorry, we also care about our infamy level. I don't think we want to quite go over. Oh yikes, we're going over no matter what here. We can decay down to 0 and then go for this. It's probably what we want to do, how we want to play it. And then we will be well on our way for forming this stuff. We get colonial charters, or company charters. Ooh! It's not quite actually what we wanted to do here. I suppose it's okay. I thought I was exiting out of the thing for whatever reason. A little bit of a misclick. A happy misclick, though. If the other guy joins against us, I think we're fine. We can establish a new company. And I wish there was an icon that showed us which one of these were unique companies and which one of these were generic. Hey, Generalissimo, since you're playing Realms of Exether, do you think we would be... who do you think would be more successful? Magic Tupac or Magic Big E? Oh... Truth be told, I do not know. I do not have a strong opinion between Big E and Tupac. And I feel like, people, that's that's something you giving your take on, people can get upset at you for. Strength potions, interesting. Well, I think we want to lean into magic, but I would really like to know which one of these are unique and which one of these are generic. I think, as it looks right now, I'm kind of inclined to do the Wishstone thing. I'm very confident that this Wishstone is not, this is more in the magic production line, but I'm really confident that this is not, that it's generic, it's not unique. To us, maybe. We can go for doodads and / gizmos. Gizmo workshop throughput. I think gizmos are magical. Maybe they're not. Wishstones are magical. And they use wishstones. Tepheret. I mean, this looks like it's probably unique. Airship Consortium of Tepheret. Right? This we can add on one of the Wishstones. Unfortunately, we can't add on all of our sources of Wishstone here. And if these can add on gizmos, hold the phone. If our attainable company adds on gizmos, like the one that has all the Wishstone, it does. It seems like we would not want to do that, and we would want to maybe do Wishstone here. So we're going to see if there's any Wishstone production inside of our potentials. Maybe we don't do that, but other than that, I think we're going Wishstones. Okay, so here we could go quarries for Wishstones. This seems like you'd want to plan ahead. Militant Tepheret? What do you mean? We're just unifying the tribes. People love to bring up Biggie and Tupac, but Alexander Hamilton is the real rapper. Yeah, I mean, I think Eminem is probably, from my very limited rap opinion, which is probably not worth a lot, I think Eminem's probably the most skilled rapper. Which I don't know how controversial a take that is. I'm pretty sure it's not, but... So this is premium artificing. This looks like it actually would be an enormous portion of our economy, and then we could add on something else. Oh, I guess we can look at what building... So ones that require specific building, like this one requires porcelain gate. So this is probably something we're into. And this is wowza. All the consumer goods. I feel like the Wishstone thing's better. But this is how we figure out which ones are unique to us, I think. Is we see, does it have to be in a specific place? So this has to be an Auburn flow. Extra influence and assimilation. Not sure we think it's that good. I mean, the Wishstone 1 means all your Wishstones are prestige, which means that throughput on gizmos later, it does mean throughput on gizmos, up to like 30% throughput on gizmos. Hamilton died in a shootout with a rival. The original drive-by, when it was a horse and carriage. Which universe is this? This is Realms of Exether. So this is like generic farming, yeah. The sheer number of industries on one thing is not particularly telling, because a lot of these have like a ton of industries associated. Generic steel is tempting. I think this is generic potions. I think this is generic, yeah. Honestly, I'm thinking it's gizmos. Not gonna lie. Lamplighter Guild's interesting. So we know these ones are unique ones. Iron Spile, so this is an example of a company that's good. It would be like bad for us. So we're gonna be going the more magic route than the industry route. So our regular mining, rather than like Gizmo's Wishstones, probably not gonna be as effective. But this one, for example, Iron Spine rail building throughput, we're not gonna have Iron Spine rails. With something like this, what does this require? State region is there. And this gives gizmos. Well, already this looks... The generic gizmos... Oh, the generic gizmos has prestige gizmos is the thing. This doesn't have prestige gizmos. But it does have more industries attached to it. And then this is the type of rails we use. The Argentum rail. We see that it is here. Power plant building throughput. Power plants suck, though. They use the updated PMs. And throughput on clothes and throughput on furniture. Prestige Wishstone seems really handy. Yeah, gizmos is essentially equivalent to tools, but they're magic tools. For a lot of these, I think you can use either Wishstones or tools effectively. Or you have to use a combo of both, but the ratio gets determined in part by that. Might drop mead. Oh, what's this though? Another prestige Wishstone. Oh, but this is ice specifically plus Wishstone quarries. We add ports. Port building throughput, frozen reserves throughput, ice caps throughput. That doesn't look quite like what we're looking for. I think we're gonna end up doing generic Wishstones, to be honest. Here's more ice stuff. Crystalwood Wishstone. Okay, but this... Actually, Crystal Orchards might not be in the other one. Zalfir, Sharik, Kwarmud. This looks really good. I think this actually doesn't overlap. I think Crystal Orchards isn't in the generic one. Yeah, it's up north here. Okay. It does give adventure coverage as well. Wealth education access is an interesting modifier here. And the mage's stuff is on point. What does this require? Leyline Coast. Okay. Oh, we can get the boots. The boots that come with the fur. So Crystal Orchards is here. And then add-on, we do have Wishstone Quarries and regular gizmos. Let's take a look up here. Crystal Orchards is on here. Damn. Is this better than that? Whoa. Both can add on gizmos. This can add on Crystal Quarries, though, which I think is the more prolific one. And then... and then we can have a Gizmos company, and then the Gizmos add-on is not particularly relevant. But you know what I'm not seeing a lot of? A lot of the consumer goods, just generally speaking. So I think we like this. So Porcelain Gate, we have to research chem bleaching. And then also have Glassworks equal to 3 in Porcelain Gate. How far is chem bleaching? I don't think it's too far. Okay. Cloud Silver is also a decent prestige good now that the mod includes PMs that introduce Cloud Silver to steel and munition plants. Cloud Silver does seem good. Ranor. Do some of that, and I think that raises us to being even on that. Here we can raise another 5. Here we can raise another 5. Here we can raise another 5. I assume that we can't get outside that ratio. And then with the Grand Army, there's 10, 15, and then we'll add the rest in mages. I think we just don't want to. I think we want to be kind of cool with this. We've set up our subjects that we need in order to do our formable. Is this a plutocracy run? We would like to do some capitalism today. We're kind of easing into the run and figuring out exactly where we want to go. I think we want to go mage-oriented. We certainly have very powerful mages to begin with. Lean into kind of our advantages here in this location. I really do love how the types of rails you can get is informed by your location. And so as long as we're in here, which is kind of where we are, it seems that we want to go the magic rails, which means our entire, if all this stuff is kind of similar, that means our entire line would prefer that. Or if the value of industrial versus mage is similar, then why can't we colonize here? Celestial, Celestial permutation technology. I wish we could control F. I'm guessing that this is in here somewhere. I do want to get some colonizing going immediately. So we are going to push an interest somewhere else. We can also use it for, we also can't colonize the ice stuff yet. So maybe we do some of that. I don't know exactly where we can colonize at game start here. We are running into issues with the money, but that's because we decided to go low taxes. Let's do that now. We're still also not sure if we want to stay trade league. This is going to hurt our relations with some of the GPs. But now we won't be, now that we're over +10, we won't be hurt to -30 on them, so. Let's maybe leave. Well, if we leave, this guy's going to get kicked out. Maybe we're okay with this. I would like to see if there's other blocks, and I don't think there's a better way to do this. We could, in theory, save and reload, but we'll just kind of keep the flow going here. And we will see what we can get. It's just this that gets added on. Assimilation. So I think we actually do want a trade league. Drat. Well, I guess we could just reload here. I think that we do just want a trade league. I was hoping to see another option other than cultural union. I don't think the cultural union is very strong. Shopkeeper investment pool contribution efficiency is actually like an interesting modifier. But I think that we're into trade, external trade, this type of thing. We could go sovereign empire, but I think that's not quite on theme with what we're doing with the elves, so we'll just load back in a autosave here. Because I kind of wanted to see real quick what was going on. South is free to colonize, ideological union. Celestial permutation, the first tech representing magical climate change, high veil disruption. Sovereign empire is the play. Sovereign empire is a little complicated. It's way harder to get someone into your block. It might be the play. We start in a trade league though, so it's a little bit more themey, but I think that it's pretty close between trade league and sovereign empires, regards to which is better. That it is way, way, way easier to get someone to join is, like, I think really significant. We're gonna kick a couple of these to the top. Our shortages are mostly getting resolved here with the additional trade centers we're adding. Which is kind of why we kicked them up a little bit here. We're up to earning money. I think we're going to put these at the back of the queue. Let's see if we have another place that's producing iron. We see Shagdal is producing iron, so... or Shadgal. Something like this. Ideological Union power block as statue is actually good. +5 influence per power block statue is pretty good. Was it always +5 or was it less before? The thing is Ideological Union has kind of not very good primary principal groups, and external trade you can also get a good chunk of influence on. Okay. Let's do some of that. We are up to earning quite a bit of money. That balanced out way faster than I thought it would. So maybe add 1 and 1 here. We do have a couple of those at the end of the queue. We'll add 1 Shagbell at the end of the queue. We are producing trade centers and mines in here with our automatic construction. Elves seem like the kind of people who go Sovereign Empire, although I don't know realms of Exether lore. I would agree with you, I think, in general. The thing is that we actually start out with a trade league. So, I think anything deviating off a trade league is probably an RP break. But I did want to see some of the other stuff. Do these still just give a ton of... Oh, these give tech spread now. Fascinating. These used to be super OP and give you an enormous amount of tech research speed. Now they give you tech spread, +3 tech spread. Oh, but is that spread in multiple categories? So it's a really strong catching up mechanic if that's in multiple categories. We are getting, I guess per level, not a whole lot of innovation here, but... See if we have any agitators we can invite. We have a radical, maybe? We'll join the radical movement. Let's take a look at our movements. Oh my god. My brain, like, never processes that correctly. So we have a Magicratic movement. Kind of supporting what we already have in place. I think this is also a nice override to rural folk ideologies which tend to be bad. I want to India my power block, but I can't drag it over. Here, either free it from England, it will disintegrate, then make it all a protectorate, reduce autonomy in all but one, and feed those territories, or demand transfer a subject. What will be cheaper in the end in terms of bad reputation? Well, when you release it and it implodes, what ends up happening is it's a bunch of... for every Indian state that has more than 2 states, or for every Indian nation that has more than 2 states, the other one, the non-capital one, starts out as unincorporated, which makes it really, really cheap on the infamy to take, and it's also unrecognized. So it tends to be quite cheap on the infamy to go for that. One negative is we're not going to be getting a prestige thing when we go for this. Oh, this also has prestige gizmos? Maybe we want this. Wait, what was up with the other gizmo shop? This has gizmo throughput, and we can put on some sort of wish stones. We could put reefs, fields, or quarries. God, this feels so complicated. This feels very complicated. Because there's another company that we like that has wish stones, but not all of the wish stone stuff. I think it's this one, right? This has prestige wish stones. And this one, we could have quarries and the other stuff. And I think quarries is the biggest one. And then if we use one of these wish stone companies, like this one, we could add any of the other stuff. So instead of quarries, we could add reefs. We could add fields, right? But here we can't add wish stones. But we have 2 other industries. So if we have our wish stones from everything else, then this would be the play, right? And so the question is can we Frankenstein wish stone coverage from a bunch of other industries? I also don't know if there's something the equivalent of a canal. So if there's not, something we want to give trade centers. Observatories given tech spread feels like it ought to be a pun in language. I can't put my finger on it. Birth rate % maxing? That would be good if we went for the religious group. Gizmos were broken. They were really good and used on really good PMs. Yeah, gizmos are good. But gizmos are like tools. Tools are the same, no? We're starting to get a lot of trade coming in. SOL's below minimum. Let's take a look at food security here. Now, SOL's below minimum. I think we're going to subvention the import of grain. We'll look at what our pops are consuming. Yeah, so this is just, we're just targeting, specifically with that subvention, the idea is targeting the lower class, but it's not even the lower class that is having problems. It's the upper. Alright, fair. Expensive clothing. Canals are not in this mod for RP. The Tepheret are heavily invested in magical goods. Yeah, I think that we want to go that direction anyways, because we have a lot of witch stones and stuff like this. Observatories are going to get real expensive real quick. Let's kick one to the front. And spread them out a little bit. Because I think they might mess with our demand somewhat. We forgot to start passing laws. Looks like people generally don't oppose wealth voting, or the mages are happy enough with us that they won't oppose it. Kind of into that over oligarchy. Jesus. They're really the same thing, aren't they? What do wizardry schools give? Education access, political strength. This gives more education access. Let's go wealth voting. Get the industrialists up a little bit, I think. Although we do want the mages. Great Odin's Raven. They can follow big nice. So we unlock mutagen pools. God's Blood. Oil rigs. God's Blood is like the oil. I don't think we have any of those yet, though. We're one tech until we can put in that company that is kind of kicking the ball down the road in terms of what companies we want to have. Do you enjoy watching sports? If so, which? I don't watch a ton of sports. So the answer, like the straightforward answer would maybe be no, but I actually do enjoy watching like powerlifting and weightlifting and like some of the track and field sports. So it's not like categorical not, but like the team sports where like people just go feral for their own team. From like my perspective, like it's very cool to see something really athletic, but like I like seeing like really athletic things, and like a lot of actually what you're doing when you're like watching sports is like waiting or listening to commentary about how bad guys won it, or rivalries, or like this type of stuff like that. When you're actually watching the sports, I feel like you don't get to see as much athleticism as I would like. Or as high a density of athleticism as I would like. We probably want to do treaties and stuff. Okay, we can establish some colonies. Let's see what our trade with the world market looks like. So we're exporting a ton of luxury clothes. Who's importing this? The Dorites are? Which I think is Ariador. Doesn't help that they're... I'm thinking how much we want to try and squeeze off of them, because we can squeeze a lot of shenanigans off of these guys. Fair part of Magic is sports, is pure tribalism, but I do like the pure athleticism as well. Yeah, for me, like, the tribalism just, like, doesn't really do it for me. So I like watching sport highlights. Generally. Spouse like gymnastics and figure skating for the same reason. Yeah, like gymnastics and figure skating, I like both of these. Salty Halfling. How you be? Thank you for the follow, big nice. I decided to annex a puppet. I'm playing as Egypt and I'm running out of labor. I can't decide if I should annex your Ethiopian puppet. Probably. I think Ethiopia... Well, I can't remember if you could incorporate Ethiopia faster. I think northern Ethiopia you can and southern Ethiopia you can't. Because, like, the stuff that's Middle Eastern heritage incorporates really fast. If you have anything that's Middle Eastern heritage as a subject, you probably want to annex them. Love the new vids, new to Vicky 3. Okay, I'm only 22 and I can't understand the spreadsheets. You can't watch them. You can't watch them. Not allowed. Shame on you. I can't understand the spreadsheets, though. The spreadsheets are really kind of supposed to just help illustrate the point. You can also just, like, listen to the description of the point. Thought-Smith Ridge. We have a journal entry for making a thing in Thought-Smith Ridge. Is it like adjacent to us? Where's Thought-Smith Ridge? Okay. We're just gonna have to look around. Well, I mean, in theory, we know it's a place that has available colonization, otherwise that objective doesn't make sense. Oh, do Lonely Isles have a thing that's like the equivalent of a... Oh, there it is. Okay. I think they had like a trading thing. It's possible to have nearly only capitalists with landed voting, so it's capitalist pops clout in theory at the very least. Yeah. Pretty sure you won't even see the spreadsheet anymore. You'll only see the story of the nation in question. If you've never played Suzerain, I highly recommend it. Interesting. Ooh, we could reset attitudes here. Right, we don't care about this guy or this guy. But by virtue of being on the other side of a play, we flip this to genial on these guys. Clearborough. get some investment rights in you. And maybe investment rights in you? While we're on the same side as this guy. Sorry. This guy. Oh, we already got them from him. Nope, we didn't. We don't want to mutual it. But we can do the no subventions. We will not subvention liquor. We will not subvention tools. We will not tariff liquor. We will not tariff tools. Oh my god, why can't I click it? Bueller, please. Non-colonization agreement. You don't care about any of that. Goods transfer. You like any of these? You do like this one a little bit. We're happy to accept your sugar. And your pipeweed. Buying this for 25 years. Take your liquor too, and your tea, if you want to give it to us. Cool. Starting to get investment rights in other people's areas. We already have a lot of investment rights. There are woods, elves to the west. I think you can incorporate fast. Okay, okay. Or you talk about Tyrol? Yeah, we have to fight Tyrol at some point. We can colonize down here, I guess. Trying to establish this one. We are researching the tech for it right now. We need chem bleaching. How much of the lore would you say you need to know this before playing Zero? You can just kind of pick something, look around a little bit. Yeah. I love Exether, what a fun mod. It is a very fun mod. Was Realms of Exether the Arcana mod, or was it Anbanar? Anbanar is currently in development. There is an Anbanar coming up for Vic 3, but currently Realms of Exether is the thing. You can play Anbanar, like, they have, like, a patch of it that's, like, playable. If you go on their Discord, you can get a link to it. So now, how much are we tech spreading from... Yeah, so these end up giving us the equivalent of 9 innovation in terms of giving it to tech spread, but since tech spread is harder to get, it's more valuable. It's like 50% more valuable, so it's like equivalent of like 13.5 innovation in terms of value. So you really do want to max out the... Well, until your tech spread gets capped by virtue of you having spread all the tech. It's definitely very valuable to get observatories. I think we might have maxed out the observatories. I don't see them in here. So GDP is kind of hovering steady. What do investment rights do? Like, should I build in their country? It allows you to build in their country. In particular, what we care about a lot is our companies being able to make regional HQs in their country, and once that happens, we get to use their investment pool and their construction. And that's very, very powerful. And so we're doing that on kind of some of our more powerful neighbors. I suppose in the Demonian Empire they would be also great, but the reason we did them on our powerful neighbors at that point in time was because we were on the side of a war with them, so it was a like very timely time to do it. The investment pool contribution still goes to you, but they pay for the labor. It's quite good, especially with companies, because regional HQs use their investment pool in construction. Yeah, the value you lose out on, though, is that you can tax capitalists in your own nation, but you can't tax capitalists in the other nation. But since they're paying for like almost everything, it's like not that bad a negative. Although there's, in theory, I think points at which it like gets worse. Ship graveyards discovered. Oh no. Yeah, we have the construction sectors coming in here. Anti-Raviki formed because we passed up Ravik. I think we could afford to fight in Ravik. The thing is, we really want, what we really want, we wanna find a better place for our capital, man. I don't even think we can move it here, though, because this isn't a homeland. Or, like, accepted pop homeland or something like this. I forget the exact requirements, but we're probably not going to be able to move there anyway, in terms of our capital. So wherever our HQ for our first company pops up, we probably just move the capital there. You should transfer them to liberate. You want all elves in your block? Oh, are we dum-dum? We're not supposed to subjugate these guys? Because of flavor? Because we get them anyways? Eugenic trials, consult trade. I don't see anything that specifically looks like journal entry for us. I think we need a little bit more of this. Something like that. Here, I have to check my phone. Oh, there it is. I tried making Romania with all the cores. It's not easy. You do have to fight some big boys. The subtle Spice Girls reference made me audible cackle. Nice. I don't even remember the Spice Girls reference. If you want to be my lover, you gotta make my Spice Girls reference. Lonely Isle is a shitty discount Hawaii last I checked. I think there's something there in terms of like either companies or something else. Or not companies, we can survey there. So I think there's like a trade thing there. In theory, it should appear. Minus iron input. How valuable is that? Fascinating modifier. I mean, it's multiplicatively effective with increased iron output. Which kind of something makes it harder to evaluate. In theory, you prefer just making more goods, having them be more expensive and make more profit simultaneously. Like, so, like, making more goods in theory, I think, would be generally more attractive, but... You don't see anything resembling a canal company. We're gonna see the parties do their thing, have their votes. I think we'll just stay illegitimate for now. We can go total separation. Well, barely. We'll just wait for the end of 160 days. Oh, what we really want? What we really, really want? Yeah. No, that was probably intentional. I just forgot, like... I make a lot of references and stuff that, like, I know people won't get. Like, I was gonna make this time travel joke, but nobody got it. I like doing achievements, little challenge that will make it learn the game faster. It is always nice. Yeah. We stand the Spice Girls. Kind of. We don't really know the Spice Girls that well. I think we could just auto-expand out on... wood, and it'll be fine. Yeah, I have to talk to... Where's Yankees fan in chat? I was meaning to check this, but yeah, the Yankees fan made a comment somewhat recently somewhere regarding PMs on conscripts. The problem is you get them, I believe, with general staff. In the Indian Territory video we were showing, we didn't have general staff, so we didn't have the secondary recruit up PM, which is one of the reasons our conscripts was going so well. I'm a game man, so I'm required to like them by international law. This is true. I'm pretty sure that's in the rulebook. I know Eminem said something funny about the Spice Girls. Something about impregnating one, yeah. You can't not stand Eminem. If you, what is it, standing of Eminem is implied if you use the phrase stan, right? So you feel like it's very much implied. Can confirm how that works. I've studied international law and I'm gay, man. Yeah. No, I mean, those are the rules. I wanna follow the rules. There we go. Hooah! I assume the Cloud Silver one is gonna be better. It is making an additional 10 porcelain. I mean, we have a porcelain prestige good, so it just, like, kind of has to be worth it, right? This is plus 75 at 120. So that's 7 parts. Well, it's 17.5. Then the base price is 70, right? So extra 700 in exchange for input of the this, which is probably, it can't be more than 40, so this has to be good. But is it better than the other one? No, yeah, it is. Okay, yeah. Well, let's do that. I forgot you can be landlocked and get the ports in this. I'm not a big Eminem fan, sorry. Well, that's fair. But then you also don't stand the Spice Girls. Would prefer a dancey rap over an angry at the world rap. That's certainly fair enough. Eminem seems less angsty to me, as more performative angsty. It really depends on the song, though. There's definitely some angry songs. He's cool as a dad. You guys heard the new Rap God in front of your screens? How can you not appreciate his greatness? Yes. The classic Rap God cover. What is this? It's just... Oh, this is synthetics plants. Do we care about synthetics plants? I feel like we don't. And if we ignore this, we can... This is one where we can get our trade center on. I'm really not that confident that this is correct for getting our trade center on this, but I think that getting your trade center one of these early is actually pretty useful, too, so... Because you can buy everyone else's trade center. So we'll do that. We will grant industry right. Just kidding. Is that not working for this? Do you have to wait? Well, that changes things up if the grant industry rights is not working. Since I think we grant monopoly on this? I think we're super okay, having no tariffs for exports on that as well. I mean, I fell off like 15 years ago. Yeah, dude. It's getting old. He still has like a super like long active period. He wasn't just like a flash in a barrel. I feel like Eminem was never angry. His word choice was always just comes down to fuck you. Yeah. I mean, I definitely think he was sometimes angry. Like his older stuff is like has a way different vibe. We would like to get rid of what is preventing our colonization from this. I really like how a bunch of different things hamper colonization now, but we would like to get celestial permeation. At some point in time. I think that maybe is a little bit of a late tech, eh? No way it's this late. It must not be an industry. Or I must not have eyes. Legends say Eminem fell off the earth because it's flat. Don't believe the covenant. Well, I mean, he just, like, straight up doesn't make as much stuff anymore, right? And he's not topping the charts anymore. Like he was. As far as I know. I thought this was Snapcaster Mage. Brain's really operating on autocomplete here. I feel like I might have seen the thing I'm looking for and then missed it. Celestial permeation. Celestial permeation. But also, like, I'm super not... I have friends who, like, really know music really well. And I'm not, like, in that... I do not know music that well. Relative to those cats. Celestial permeation. Oh my god. I have missed it. I don't have eyes. It has to be somewhere. Colonizing the celestial permeation lands requires 50% veil integrity, so it's just pollution maxing. Magical pollution maxing, actually. Oh. He's nearly at 50 now? Okay, so we don't need to focus on anything specific. Cloud collectors. Nimbium. I like that also construction PMs are split a little bit more. So we have stabilizing levitation, which is the cloud silver branch, so the more magical branch than the industrial branch on the construction sectors. But that construction PM's value is split in multiple different things is kind of nice. I think it's water tube. I'm not entirely sure, but I don't think we have electricity, so liberated storage doesn't make sense. Once most celebs make it, there's gone unless they are there to be popular, like the Kardashians. Yeah, I mean, like, a lot of musicians, like, make one hit, and then they're, like, done. I think Lorde made a CD recently, but, like, she was just, like, that one CD and then, like, didn't do anything for forever. Goit, now he's just somebody that we used to know. Keep in mind the magical construction PM still need vanilla PMs to be activated. Yeah. I love that I think Vicky 3 is a hard game, but but you are, like, playing different Vicky 3? You mean there's layers to this game, or you mean, like, we're not even playing, like, we're playing a mod? Huh. Nice amount of clout. I think we don't like the devout. It does give us more, not birthright and authority. I mean, it does, but being on this gives us more, this stuff, authority. Oh, it is birthright and authority. Just kidding. Let's try and get total separation here. See if we can squeeze it in. This mod adds like 100 things. This mod makes, like, there be, like, kind of different branches of ways you can build your economy, which I think is really cool. That's one of the reasons I really love this mod. To, like, whatever extent specialization's a thing, this mod helps you, like, specialize even more. Okay. I think that we turn up that PM, and then we do our survey. If we can. Kinda think we can't, though. Administration's kind of so cheap that floating it for the construction speed, like, maybe mathematically makes sense sometimes. You need a civilizing mission. Alright, fair enough. Just kidding, we didn't mean it. I don't know if that's correct versus just conquering their thing, but... Where are you, dog? I actually don't hate guaranteeing this guy's independence, so we'll do that. They're next to our rival, so... Lorde has like 4 albums, but I think she's got a cult following. She doesn't seem to strive for top 40. Oh, that's fair enough. I think there's a lot of good to say about artists that have a niche and know it. Like Carly Rae Jepsen is the millennial equivalent of Robin. She hit us super big though. Or maybe I'm just not understanding. Probably not. The truth hurts. Look at where it has the cheapest upkeep. And then, is our capital of our trade center in there? No, it's... Wait, where's our... Bueller? I mean, we're maybe being silly, but they're in deep snow. Oh, don't tell me it established inland. Wait. Where are you, dog? Established in deep snow 2. Where the frick is deep snow 2? Tell me it didn't establish in a colony. That'd be not annoying. That'd be super annoying. Where are we gonna get our huge capitalists? What? To establish overseas? I didn't know they could establish overseas. Deep? No. Okay. There's deep woods. Company. Oh, sorry, I can't read. I apologize. Pelota Pass. So we could move our capital here. Kind of inclined to. Because that's where all of our ownership pubs are going to be. I wish better politics mod worked with this mod. I wish slavery and victory had something more special. I feel like it's a debuff, nothing more. Yeah, well, I mean, that was kind of when slavery was on its way out. I definitely think floating the extra is definitely fine, but I almost always play with basic paper company to get more per building since the workforce drop. The workforce drop makes the throughput on paper buildings not as good as it was before. We can't move cap over here. I wonder why I found it here. That's kind of obnoxious. Is that a construction malice? No, Crescent Range. I mean... It's not where we would have chosen for a capital. Kind of annoyed where this spawned. Can we even see it ahead of time? We probably can. We were probably supposed to, in the capital, create a level 5 of one of these. Well, we have level 6 furniture. The current capital. Much more efficient to have people as part of the labor force, as they have to figure out their own food and shelter. You mean not working in the at-home places? Or not working at the bureaucratic places? Maybe we're supposed to move our capital to Felona Pass. We have a native interest there once we subjugate them. We just have to roll a positive event here and then we're kind of off and running. I think we have power block. Yeah, we do. We have. Yikes. Let's go construction. Is there anything unique to the mod? No. I think we kind of just like playing with more companies. So we're gonna go companies, even if it's not necessarily better. Get a setback. Oh no. New Demonia interest is activated. I think we have enough to colonize down there. Yeah, we do. We could try and get this state from them to make it a capital. I think it's not. Hmm. $280 for the city we do want. Solemn Stones is what we want from these guys. Now, we could cheese it. I don't think we want to. I think we'll want to. Technically, they'll accept this because it's bugged. But if we were to try and get it like legitimately, I'm not sure we could bridge this mob. More companies equals more fun. My bad, explained that poorly. I always have been a fan of floating some bureaucracy, and I've almost always played generic Pinkler, biggest staple company choice of yours. The recent workforce per building changes just made it generally more acceptable. Was fan of units 1 AM, so I'm off to bed. See you, Zero. You have 200 magic? Why don't you spend it? Because we're timed out from changing tarot cards right now. We have recently changed card. Is why. Let's see what we're exporting. Some of these luxury stuff. I think that's kind of the boat we want to be in. We're importing fish, gizmos. Eventually we do want to swap to external trade. We might even want to swap immediately. I think this is considerably better. We need a colonizing mission to do that. Sorry, civilizing mission. Maybe do this and then this. I really don't know how we're supposed to figure out the rest of the companies, though. That one seems good, but I think that we want to try and get this, but somehow figure out a way to add on. We want witch stones and gizmos somehow, and our problem is that this source of witch stones doesn't give us all the witch stones, but we do get a witch stone prestige good, which I think is like not negotiable. And this is also a corporation that is specifically is a special one. Maybe that's how we make the decision. The one that has unique flavor is the one we go for, and then and we're comparing that with what I think is the generic Wishstone company. This also gives Crystal Orchards, but that's the one the other one gives. But this gives, see, the thing, we'll be missing out on reefs, and we'll be missing out on fields. We will be able to put in quarries, but this also gives prestige with stones. And this we could put in gizmos. And then with gizmos, this is a gizmo company that we would maybe want to do. Porcelain Gate Premium Artificing. And then I think maybe we're keeping the capital where it is, so let's actually put down a manufacturing decree there as well. But there's also this, which also has prestige gizmos. Oh, does the other one not have prestige gizmos? Yeah, the other one, the problem is the other one has doodads as well. So I think it's this, and then we add on, like, one of these. The advantage of this is that we would be able to add on, or the other gizmos is that we would be able to add on reefs or fields. But we currently can't do that. So, where is our doodads? Gizmos. There we are. Edict in most cases will control the gizmos export market since they have a unique prestige good. So we shouldn't even go gizmos? Interesting. Has anything changed with regards to the company's tier list with the new update? Absolutely. I'm coming back after a long absence. Patch played 1.8.6. The new companies, a lot has changed regarding what's really good. I mean, a lot of what was good is still going to at least be solid, though. I can't think of anything that was spectacular that now sucks. One of the big things is being able to add on companies completely changes the way you look at company coverage. Although for whatever reason it's not working for us in this mod right now. But you get to add additional industries on a lot of these, and by virtue of being able to do that, getting coverage on everything becomes a lot easier. Also, getting foreign investment rights kind of changes the calculus a little bit, but for the most part, if you kind of do the same companies, it'll be solid enough. It won't feel like you made a horrible mistake. You know, an irreversible error of some sort. I think that we could go companies too. Or we could go external trade. This would give us a free charter. That doesn't do anything for us right now. Let's actually just swap over to external trade. I think we're about it. Our struggle is an international one. Discovered resources in Endrath's Hills. I don't think we want this anti-demonian thing very much. They are one of the bigger parties. I don't think we want to fight them. But maybe we're just kind of... That's the soup we're approaching. I think we want to transfer the elves off of Thiral. Those are our elves. Transfer subject is what we're looking for. Yikes, that is so expensive. That is real expensive. It's more expensive than it was before. History teacher Steve, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Thanks for teaching. Thanks for Steving. I think if we release them and then subjugate them, that's cheaper, because then they won't be a GP, so we won't be getting the GP modifier. It'll be like 20% cheaper. Another question is, do we even win that fight? 141 plus 60. I think that we don't at our current juncture. So, let's reorganize the military a little bit. Although you guys have said that you get quite a lot from being magic oriented. Okay. There's all of our guys in one thing. Not all the strands. Okay, I don't think we have an offensive or a defensive guy specifically. But let's get rid of this conscripts. And then I assume we need still 50% the other stuff. I don't know what spell power exactly does. The degree of dominance magical forces have over our opponent's forces. Magic superiority is provided by units that all mobilize the front. It applies to all battle theater, regardless for units are attacking or defending formation. Oh, so they don't even need to be in on it. Every point of superiority gives plus 0.7 magical bonus to superior side's combat ability. This could be reduced by spell resistance. Okay. Fair. So, I think what we'll do is we'll recruit up a little bit more there. So we're going up to 80, 90. Let's go up to 100. Right, and then I think we'll add a lot of magi. And then add a little bit of artillery. Because the artillery will get used for the actual push. But by virtue of having the support units on the front, this is supported, and then the defending will use the infantry, because the stat line of the support unit aren't as good. That's actually that's more interesting than vanilla in terms of like thinking through. I thought because if you don't have a lot of units, probably just cannons and infantry is going to be better, and having no support units. But if you have a lot of units, you start wanting to put in more of these guys. I thought generic wishstone and generic gizmos would be good, because then you get all the wishstone prestige goods and doodads, but I might be looking at it from maximization lens. No, I think that that's reasonable. It's just that we might end up going generic wishstones. The problem is that there's like another company that we kind of like that also has wishstones in it, but then we would also get ectoplasm, which we've been crimped on ectoplasm before in this mod. I don't know if it's still crimping, but it's pretty nice to be getting that. And then this is also wishstone. But we need to produce it. We need to find a way to get coverage on the other things. I suppose we could scroll through and look at what all the added companies are, but considering the added thing doesn't seem to be working, maybe. Oh wow, interesting. Construction throughput. But considering the added industry is not seem to be working for us, maybe it's bugged in the mod. I don't know exactly what to make of... Or that's making the generic wishstones a lot more attractive. The thing about generic wishstones is the thing that we can add. The added industry is kind of a little bit dead for us, for our purposes. The added industry is going to be gizmos. We want to do gizmos ourselves. And then we already have something that can go trade center. But the problem is the added industry, it's not working for the company we have right now. So maybe that company specifically is just broken. But we can't add industry rights. I don't know why. No available industries. If you understand the underlying mechanics of the game, it's much easier to be successful now without cheese. Like I have Congo run going well right now. I mean, there's a lot of really strong stuff that you can do, I think. I think that this is the best run to be playing a really small country in. And that is probably not very close. Let's see if we have overseas. Yep, we have in Clearborough Estates now made a investment or regional HQ. Kind of like investment rights in them. What can we do to give you to get that from you? Doesn't like goods transfer. We could agree not to subvention something. We could agree not to tariff the same thing. But alas, doesn't have much support for it. Non-colonization agreement, I don't think he cares. So let's, I guess, roll the 1/3 chance here. Yeah. We could have sent him money, but not quite liking it. I'm thinking the prestige version of one of your inputs sounds so nice. It is nice. It is nice. Considering the add-on industry is not working as well, I think we're not going to have opportunities to add on a bunch of wishstone things rather than getting them directly, so... Modders added more ectoplasm and reduced its uses since your last run where it was an issue. Okay, then maybe it's less important. Wishstones will be relevant throughout since they will always be used in gizmos, which will always be used in thems. Good to know the mod still needs some time. It could just be one specific company, but yeah, I mean, if the one company is a little bit cooked, then it is what it is, right? Let's do a little bit of that. They want us to Eridor. Who thinks we should Eridor here? Type 1 if you think we should Eridor, and type 2 if you think we should not Eridor. Has it been 12 years so you can add another card? We'll check. We'll check. I think it's not yet, but I think it's getting close. I think it's, yeah. 3 years. No one has an opinion? Well, okay, we will be happy to Eridor. Military assistance. 0. Someone's hitting us with the real knowledge. Your mistake was asking for 0s and 1s, or 1s and 2s. Not like this. 2. We should not Eridor. Okay. 2, death to Eridor. Alright, we won't Eridor. Can we get rid of this? Let's get rid of this. Forget about it. I think they're relatively large. We're kind of adding on some size here, though. I wanted death to Eridor. Oh well, my bad. I'm sorry. I clicked too soon. I didn't give you guys enough time to voice your displeasure regarding Eridor. Obligation's not terrible. It's often very hard to get an obligation, or you can't do it at 1.9.5 except through Suez. 1.9.6 is gonna have it fixed though. We'll get a couple of these other places recruiting up. Oh, that's a lot of PMs. I wish you could sort by... Wait, why can't you swap? We have to use lathes instead of magical assemblies. I assume that magical assemblies is going to fit more with what we're doing, though. But there's an opportunity cost. In theory, one of those is actually probably better, but we won't go through the horrors of verifying it. Of doing math and staring at PMs. I think we're going to put up questing offices on the coast. Actually, I think we could just use coverage, or actually, you could sort by adventure coverage. Just kidding, we can't. Alright. I don't think we're out of labor yet, so it's just going to be upgrading the mines here. I think that's good. It is kind of interesting that I wonder... So, I'm thinking of the furniture PMs here, right? We can't go into the better luxury PM unless we're lathes. So, even if we're thinking of things from a perspective of what's better in terms of base prices or something like this, the issue is that if this luxury furniture ever collapses in price, it's going to be better for us to switch back to a more industrial thing. Whereas right now we're mage-oriented, where we're cutting ourselves off from precision tools by going this, which produces 15 more furniture. I assume the PM's like a little bit better. It's a little bit more mage-oriented, but this cuts us off from the other PM. Is it normal to switch to a corporate form of government in 1852 straight from monarchy? Is it normal? I don't know if I'd call it normal, but it's probably best. I think this is something you want to do. I think unambiguously the free company and authority and all that makes it best. And it's like clearly best. We're talking about here the corporate state is just clearly the best governance principle now, I think. I think that there's no law by which there is a bigger margin that the top one, the top choice is better than the other choices. Yeah. Maybe multiculturalism. God, I wish we could offer to help him in a civil war in exchange for that territory. Or something like this. This little colony. Hi, best regards from Turkey. Hello. Hey, Renadays. Thank you for becoming a member. Big nice. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. I always go for monarchy for sovereign and then switch out for corpro. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. So the argument against monarchy has to do with how easy it is to get people in the block, and you can get some absurd people into the block with a trade league that you cannot with a monarchy, because you have way bigger invite malices. So do we have a monarchy here? So these minus 30 power block invitation chance for GPs, it's minus 20. You could actually like pull GPs with trade league. Like it's much more doable. And monarchy lets you own territory, right? But owning territory is less valuable when you can build overseas, get a treaty port, and trade stuff back to yourself. So I'm inclined to think Sovereign Empire is still best, but I'm not entirely sure. I've been in the stream since it started. Trade leagues are often easier to go cohesion, IMO. They're easier to get cohesion if you're actually big. you have to like legit be big for trade leagues, right? Because it's a big part of this is being leading goods producer or having leading goods producer in block. something we discovered with our Panama run is that getting cohesion as like someone who's really small is virtually impossible. But we were really, really small, so... I wish military religious ones were less RP derpy. The religious ones actually... So the military one's meta in multiplayer, because you really care about the training rate. And being able to take aggressive coordination for increased Diplo war goals is actually like really valuable. And then someone with religious convocation. Religious convocation got buffed in 1.9 for 5% birth rate. So it's, I think religious convocation is actually in the conversation for best block in single player, but I think that this block is actually almost certainly the best for having maximum GDP by end date. Especially if you use the transfer state exploit, this is actually just going to be the best block for maximizing GDP. Panama's not a good block leader, true. It would be good to Sovereign Empire either, the truth hurts. Towards the end of the game, I got Great Qing in your Swedish Trade League recently. Madness. Yeah, so you can pull Qing. Pulling Qing into Sovereign Empire without hurting Qing in some way is pretty difficult, I think. Interesting. Trade League is still going to be better in multiplayer, not going to lie. I could see that. I still think Power Block is going to be, or sorry, the military one is going to be very strong, but... Even though that 5% birth rate is crazy. 5% birth rate, a lot of people play on mods that help birth rate out a lot, though, for multiplayer. Like, if it was on vanilla, like, it would be even better. It's such a fight with Super Germany to get demand for anything. How do you get more demand for goods? Even if I conquer high pop states in China, I don't get noticeable increase. Do I first push SOL higher in such states before I see higher demand? You generally push it with construction. We have a video on running a deficit, and that, like, it's titled, like, the biggest mistake intermediate players make, or something like this. But, yeah, for the most part, you want to spend. When you spend, and specifically, we're framing it in spending in more construction. When you spend, this is going to increase the price of all the construction goods, right? As you increase the price of the construction goods... What's going to happen is that your auto queue is going to be more likely to do stuff like build those construction goods. And as they're more likely to build the construction goods, this means that they are going to be building less consumer goods in terms of proportion of the economy. And this is actually going to drive up the price of consumer goods. So it net pushes up your entire economy, even though the only thing you're directly inputting is more construction. And so generally, when people... have their economy kind of tank, let's say, a big portion of why, or prices tank, or like profitability tank, a big part of this is likely to be. So this is an interesting one because this is a substitute. I think it's net positive as well. We were in the middle of making a point. I think we had kind of made the point. I forget what the point we were making was. Not like this. Yeah, I didn't sleep too much because I was out last night. How many plus devote buildings is there in the game? How high can you increase the get? It depends. If you intentionally keep literacy low, this helps the devout to be more powerful. We can go for total separation again. See, the substitution stuff is why I want doodads. I'm with you. I'm with you on the doodads, I just don't know how we get the doodads, or what's the best practice. Nice and high cohesion. If we could also get these guys down sufficiently low, that would be helpful. I think we're in good shape. That's a lot of boys. Hopefully someone wants to join for like a humiliation or something. That's a problem, isn't it? We could transfer these guys. We could also just not put anything on Eridor and try and wait them out. These guys also have a decent amount of stuff. I kind of want to get some guy who has like some defensive thing. So we're gonna recruit up and churn through a couple guys. Well, it's not a direct front, but I'm pretty sure they're going to commit a lot of troops here. Military PB cohesion is substantially affected by infamy, so playing with strength of the aggressive mandate, you utterly nerf the mandate generation. Very annoying anti-synergy. Yeah, but in multiplayer, you can not go high infamy for some time and then turn it up. You're trying to hit timing windows with being able to take a ton of stuff. Easiest access to rubber, as far as I know, is colonize the large island between the main continent and the southeast one. You raise a bunch of if you raise a bunch of magi conscripts, and you'll win. I think we already have a bunch in, or some in. Yeah. I think we're gonna have more magi on the front, anyways, but. We're recruiting. Really, we should have let our recruits go in. Our recruiting go in, like, we should have let our recruiting finish. But we kind of got jumped the gun a little bit here. Why can't we liberate this? What are you doing siding with Thrall? Eyo. How big are you? Oh, you kind of don't matter, I don't think. Yeah, we're gonna try it without Ravik. We're gonna trust in the chat. A dangerous thing. Treaty port seems like actually reasonable in a lot of these situations. I guess we don't want to pay 14. But especially because I think we're going to dice up the Raw over time, so... We maybe should have released. We would have taken on less infamy if we released. But transfer is, I think, more straightforward. We can force our allies into this war, too. Or our subjects. Like Ranor. Doesn't have too much troops. This guy does, has a decent amount though. So maybe we'll do that as well. Looks like we still have a monstrous advantage on the front. Maybe we have to see a battle. Take state is a nice compromise. No, we don't want to... Arador will decay out naturally here, which gives us like a nice little exit strategy. I think we would want to just deck primarily on Arador in 5 years if we want to mess him up. Why is the front split? Okay. Move over 30 to there to just try and defend. See what the... I mean, we have way more defense there. We have more offense here, too. We're actually getting pushes on. Magic looks strong. At least last night, I think Arador was the one with the OG company, the super good company. Might be one of those. Let's take a look. Because I think we could just look domestic and then scroll. Scroll, scroll, scroll. It's the root spice potions. I don't think this is what you guys are talking about. Agriculture plantations are chemical. This is maybe what you're talking about. Thunder gear gizmos. And they've added on the trade center. That does look really good. We could take their company. So maybe we just do generic... So I guess our next one on bat is either generic wish stones or this wish stones. I really want to find a way to do this wish stones, but someone was saying that this is less important. I think there's other types of hunting lodges too, so us having hunting lodges of 2 specific hunting lodges may be less valuable. We're currently researching companies, we're not. New power block coming in 14 days, but we're not going to have company level 3 from that. They are getting a little bit of a push on us, but we're still managing to push through them at a pretty decent clip here. So it's a race. Cap. This is the cap. This is the cap. So let's designate our strategic. Okay. I wanted to transfer over 10 conscripts of each. Just try to slow these guys down a bit. Kind of base racing here. But we're on all defense, so... Oh wow, demobilize the conscripts? That's annoying. Alright. Transferring conscripts between two raised guys is not something we can do. Yeah, we are getting him forced out faster here. I think that, let's get this guy in the war. So that he can help out a little bit. They also have a bunch of trade advantage and company throughput from unique laws. Oof. Hover over magic superiority to see its effects. Was it really giving the... Oh, inside the unit. Because we couldn't see really how big a factor it was before. So we have to have a battle, right? Plus 34 magic superiority. Or let's see. Every point goes... So 0.32 magic support bonus. 0.32 times 0.7. So is that giving us plus 20 to offense? Because 0.7 times 32 is like roughly 20. Seems quite strong if that's how that works. Looks like we're able to defend here now. I think we just need to own one piece of dirt from them. I don't think it has to be the capital to get the humiliation. Unfortunately, we can't set... Or can we set a strategic objective now? We can. Cool. Jingle Root almost always ends up being the #1 worldwide company. Jingle Root, really? Because the potions? Are potions insane? Or is it just that they kind of get that head start on there? Yeah, they have way more troops here. Way more troops. Something more like that. Alright. We now have a little bit more of an advantage here. We're defending there. We are pushing into them here. We're winning. Ish. Don't have huge magical superiority here. Wait, why are we getting ticked? Transfer Phalite reservation. Oh boy. Oh boy. own that territory. Could try and see if we can reland back. In my head, I misread this. I saw, like, them having to occupy, like, one of these, because I thought that they would... I looked at the left and I saw the right instead of the right on the left. I thought that they had to occupy one of our subjects here to make that work. So, that is my bad. If we lose this. We will get a couple battles through, though. I think we prefer public schools. Oh, did they take another state? Yikes. Maybe we shouldn't have raced. Maybe we should have tried to wait out Eridor here. Try and do that again. In theory, they maybe shouldn't be touching this front. Is there a navy coming there? I thought I saw a navy. Okay. I think we just lose this, boys. Punching up, the Magi did not work for punching up. I have a quick question. I never feel like my trade centers are expanding enough. Usually I have to build like 100 of them at a time. Am I doing something wrong? They don't seem... You can't put them on auto-expand, so that's like kind of a factor. They get built a lot by the auto-queue if the trades are really profitable, though, if the buildings are really productive. So, you're at number 2 to 1 and holding your own, not bad, I say. Yeah, but we're... Yeah, I overestimated chat saying you're fine. Because the mage advantage. Eventually Eridor just gets ticked out though, so this is kind of like one of the big important things, but if this landing doesn't come through soon, I think we just lose. It's a lot of infamy to eat for nothing. Yeah, this is just dead. Eridor gets a silly amount of God's Blood, which allows them to run the best potion PM in the corner of the market. Their army's clearly chugging too many potions. Yeah, maybe. I thought we could do this with the magic. We could not. Oh, it's frustrating because if we didn't put Humiliate Thrall, we actually probably would have ticked them out here. Or we maybe would have been able to trade things, yeah. Oh, a humiliating defeat, chat. We could have started microing that a lot earlier with our like landing spot and stuff. So that's... I thought we could do it. I was mistaken. So we're gonna need to recruit up a bit and then probably try that again. In 5 years or whatever. Let's rake back our decrees though. Because otherwise we always forget. We could have put in way more decrees to reload. This was such a bad call, chat. Call in Ravik. I was gonna call in Ravik. I was gonna trade this for calling in Ravik. That seemed like the play. That was only 2 infamy worth of stuff. I don't think we reload. I think we just continue. Losing a war is not the end of the world. Especially because we're not trying to do some, like, speed run or, like, trying to hit a particular thing. So, I think it's fine. Mom Stack 1, thank you for the follow, big nice. We do get public health insurance here, so I'm going to be more than happy to put that in when we can. It was also a huge mistake to deck before our stuff had recruited up. Fun fact, the recent update of the mod gave hag marshes the highest level magical units, which make them a pretty fun campaign. The highest level magical units. Is this what we didn't notice about the hag marshes? Alright. See how our foreign ownership is doing. Do we have an alliance with them? Our company also seems to be, like, we are supposed to be able to add other industries that we can't add. I don't know if this company specifically. Do we have sulfur anywhere? I don't even know if we have the PM that lets us build ammo. I think we don't. Let's do some of that, though. I have to wonder how that got bugged. Intelligentsia. Coming on up in the world. I think we feed these guys funding lobbies. What does this do for us? Minus tech spread %? Wow. We want to get to the point where we can reduce autonomy on both of them, so we can so let's just do that. We can't fund lobbies when we want to push them down. Because if we just reduce autonomy on them once, we will get to annex them. Via this. So... And that's not way bigger, that this doesn't make sense. Yeah. We're missing a little bit of Renor. Suppose we could go for them, no? That's a lot of infamy. Maybe we'll get a claim on that once we form the country. Agmarshes was intentional. It was mentioned in the patch notes. No, I think he's referring to, with the bug, something else. Why can't we lobby in them? Central banking. Okay, that makes sense. Central banking is not spreading though. I think that we haven't built a single questing end, so or tavern. Let's build one. So we might not be on the best PM for it. Sometimes your auto queue is a little silly. Yeah, okay. Also double check the only additive industry to the porcelain company you have established is synthetics, which you don't have the tech for, so it doesn't show. Oh, you know what? You're right. I'm silly. In my head, I was trying to add the trade stuff, but this is just in trade rights that you get that. I wanted to add the trade company, but you just get that from trade rights. I'm so used to getting it through the canals that I'm not used to, like, clicking it through anywhere else. Porcelain output. Hot. I didn't even read it because I don't have eyes. Output modifiers are real good. Go over public health insurance here. I think we could probably stack in magic now. We can. I'm kind of tempted to go for this one until we fill our mandate. Minus infamy generation is kind of attractive. So is minus mortality and SOL. I think I like this for now, though. Try and recover our relationship with them. Clapped by Sorrel, the truth hurts. I guess, no, we don't want to decrease autonomy on this guy. We're going to decrease autonomy on Solenth soonish. Also, companies aren't bugged? Yeah, no, this is just me being a silly Billy. It does mean that, in theory, synthetics plants are something that we're into getting earlier than we otherwise would. They're not where they usually are. Well, I guess Art Silks is right here, so aniline. Okay, perfect. I guess mutagens would be kind of soonish. Let's add that there. And then now we have the mandate that gives us an additional company. I said we have the mandate that, okay. So this is the one we're thinking about. We want to steal the other Gizmos thing from the other guy. And there's another Wishstone Prestige company. This is the generic one. That also looks good. If we push this so that we can get the things for the other one, what could we do here? I don't think we want this gizmo one. We could do this. We could do this. That doesn't seem that great. I guess this would be one of the better ones. What is this? Is this quarry? That's quarries. Premium metals, though, is maybe... If we wanted to do the other Wishstone company, maybe the most reasonable. Which we have to get some colonization for. But with this other Wishstone company, with the add-on industry, we would add on Wishstone quarries. So we would just be missing Wishstone fields and Wishstone, the water ones. I've been meaning to play another Exether game, probably not as Dark Dwarves in the Mountain, direct northwest, whom I played in your initial run. Does sound good. We could go for this. I think this is... No, this isn't where we are. No, for what companies we can get in the immediate future, we have to look at the first two. Attainable and available. We need to enact Artificer Guilds to do this one. This is the one we're thinking of, though. I guess... Oh, we need Artificer... Ooh. Do we want Artificer Guilds? What's the trade-off for here? I think it's in here, so... We can either get... maximum innovation investment... ahead of time penalty, or this. We can't do both. Well, that changes things a little bit. Of course, we actually wanted the Gizmo Company. We wanted to take Eridor's Gizmo Company. So maybe it doesn't change things very much. Prestige Cream Salts. Cream Salts? Or am I just going too deep in the tank chat? I think I might be. Where I'm trying to figure out how to do this perfectly, and it's just kind of silly, because I don't know, like, all the companies and all this stuff. And, like, the Wishstone, the generic Wishstone is just probably solid, right? And we haven't seen a lot of stuff that adds Wishstone fields or Wishstone, oh, what is it? The fishy Wishstones. And if there were a lot more of those things, then we could maybe do something else, but they're not. We're just looking right now for the fishy wish stones, but we're not seeing them anywhere. We would like iron throughput though, so maybe the metal one's not like terrible. If we just want to push like our decision point. The thing is we have another company coming up, so we're really not actually pushing our decision very far. Whether we go for this or not. The metals, Nimbium Cloud Silver. This adds quarries. Marblegate Premium Metals. Where the hell is Marblegate? Because it has 5 iron. Perhaps a weapons company generate prestige weapons, look towards Eridor's big companies in the long term. That is an idea. Prestige tools are still maybe something we would want, actually, also. I think we're going to end up going metals into this. And for this one, we'll get Um... Yeah. We're losing money at a clip that makes me uncomfortable. Do some of that. I really don't want this to pop before we get public health care. Trying to ramp up our own construction. These guys are in trouble. We could also deck on Ardor directly. Let's cancel that revolution. I think we're on interventionism and we actually want to privatize buildings that are not currently. Especially stuff we have companies for now. Or we're going to do it on stuff we have companies for at this moment. Don't have Iron Spine rails researched, I don't think. Go. There are a lot of haunted grounds in the colonial area between you and Arca. Perhaps just Ardor's puppets generally pretty resource rich, so they're good targets for conquests. We will have to take a look. Oh, I'm forgetting something. What am I forgetting? Not like this. Oh, we're running out of labor. So we can start using labor saving PMs. And because of that, and because we have a good clothing company and this type of thing, I think we actually don't go Nitro next. I think we go this next. Into Nitro. And then maybe we push for aniline so we can add it to our company. I don't know if that's a good idea. We probably actually, they might even use different PMs than vanilla. Use gizmos. What are we doing in the world trade? We're exporting mainly consumer goods. We're also exporting iron. Crazy. Okay. Importing fish. Yeah, I think we have no tariffs on some of this stuff. think let's do no tariffs on export there. And no tariffs on export there. Kind of want to specialize on those things a little bit harder. Which will make glassworks more profitable. We have some more glassworks coming on in. They are moving up, but I think we'll just pass what they want next wall pass. 80 battalion seems like a substantial secession for your size. I agree. It's very large. It's less than half of our military, though. How long on the truce? 30 months. Not too long. I think we're just gonna run it back. What do we want to do with our infamy in the meantime? It's almost certainly we're supposed to take one of these guys, especially... Where's the pops at? So we have an ingress here. Okay. Let's do that. 10 coming in. So we'll be able to land with a 30 stack. And then I think we'll just move over 5 and 5 to make 10 less. So now this is a 30 stack. Something like that. Take the states with the opium stuff. Gives a good company. Down here. The Keem salt. Alright, so for that we're going to go take a look at the good. Do we not have Keem salt in our market? Currently. There it is. Oh, you mean somewhere else? Not down here. Alright, very nice. See which ones they're specifically agitating for. Okay. We'll go for that. We'll swap over the steel. Bosmead has a unique prestige good. Don't know if it's culture specific though. I wonder if we could put anything else in that would frighten them. That would make it more likely that they back down. Back down, my friend. You cannot win. Actually, don't know if they can win. Whoa. I don't think I've seen this choice on this event before. We're the #1 power? That's crazy, dude. You crazy, girl. Not a reactionary movement that was bigger than our other rev. Well, we could just pass this for a little while until the reactionary movement becomes the problem, and then swap. I don't know if that's fake passing law is the way to approach this right now, though. Let's kick these naval bases to the front. We don't want to be suffering about this. Magic France LARP. Is that how we think of the elves? Did you start with a company established from the game start? I don't know how easy it is to get. Well, we can take a look at what Voz made the company. You're talking about a Keemsalt company. These guys. Oh, that's kind of neat. Well, the thing is, we already have coal. Or I guess we put in the Wishstone company now. God, this feels so bad because I really want the other one, but it's probably just so much better for us to actually just get rolling on it. Alright. So now we will come in and privatize the thing. Ooh. Missed that. That's not ideal. I suppose it kind of works out. We want this rail. I think we already have one of those in the queue somewhere. Or we do, but adding a little bit more and more infrastructure is not bad, especially in the capital. Put a couple of these at the front and a couple at the back. What does a reactionary movement even want from us? They would like a move on the monarchy. That's kind of cute. I wonder who's winning these battles. Oh, we don't have an offensive guy. Just what battles? I think this is forested areas, so we'll put in the woodland combat expert here. Let's take a look. Looks like we're in good shape overall. And this will give us another area to ingress to come in. How's the magic going, Generalist? It's going good. You gotta fix the economy? You get a bankroll or something? I think we're kind of okay. Bankrolls aren't the easiest to get. The Industrialists are steaming. The problem is actually we just need a better tax method than per capita. So we can tax the ownership class. Yikes, dude. The trade unions are upset with us for passing cultural exclusion. I think we jump off of this. Let's jump off this if we have a law we can pass for taxes. We're going crazy. We do have labor movement, so... Can we really not make a legitimate government? This is the best. Bro, what's this? Just the trade unions. What do we have that we're producing a lot of extra? Producing a lot of relics. We could send relics somewhere. We can generate some money that way. I don't know. I think nobody needs relics early on, but... yeah. So good transfers will be helpful, but we don't know the moves, the money moves. This is like the equivalent of China. What's your market look like, man? Okay, we can send this guy consumer goods like super well. Alright, let's... oh, we need that for colonization. This one will have an interest here soon for free. Quality for me, but not for thee. Trade unions being against cultural exclusion. The truth there, it's... so... we should be able to send these guys consumer goods and take from them a lot of grain. In a way, this is kind of like, wow, we can't goods transfer the things that they have super... what? Because they have no sell orders? Are you isolationist, my friend? Is that why? No, because we can do some of them. Why can't we do all of them? Like, they can send us a shitload of grain if we want it. I mean, we could take stuff from them and then try and send it to other people. And then... I don't think, yeah, it adds anymore. But we could still peel off some more stuff that we could look to send to someone else. Relics can be used for gizmo production if you want to consider ramping that up. Oh. We'll need to take a look at that then. For embassy. They don't want any goods transfers from us. The truth really hurts on that front. I don't think they want any trade agreements. Oh, no subventions. Cool. No tariffs on grain either. You got it, bud. At the very least, our pops will be sitting fat and happy. I'd love to get more than a 60% chance here, though. Non-colonization agreement? Do you care? You do not. I wonder if we could get a treaty port off of them. Garbagal. Looks like not very easily. So maybe do. We don't want to owe an obligation. Let's just try for this. If they say yes, we can push grain to other people. Yeah, damn. Still, anyone who has really expensive... These guys are antagonistic. I think Archon's kind of okay with us. Ooh. We really want to try and push our... I mean, we could try and push this. I'll take ice push. Kind of into it. I don't know if this is good for us. We will not subvention sugar, sure. We will not tariff sugar. We will not subvention. There's a world where we want to subvention fish. I guess we won't subvention fruit. And we won't tariff fruit as well. And if our ice is cheaper, this should be good for us. Could they send us some goods? Looks like they would love to send us some pipeweed. We could maybe send that to someone else. Oh yikes. In the wrong direction. But if we build ice, we can get it cheaper, so... Or we can effectively tax our pops by building ice. In the end, that's how sending goods kind of works, because you buy it within your own market and you export it to the other market, and so it's like an extended type of tariff or tax on your own pops. Because you increase the price locally, and then by increasing the price locally, you're creating sellers for yourself. So we could do this, and that should improve our margin here. And we have a little bit more tobacco. That we can look to push. You use the market ledger to work your way down to the largest markets. Probably the easiest to find decent trade opportunities. Oh, probably. Why is the elf guy mewing? We're never stopping. Never stop stopping. Got a question. Is Sovereign Empire, Power Block, Vassalization worth it? More viable strat now with the new DLC? The level 3 gives you 20 authority. I'd say it's pretty solid. I don't know if it's the best anymore. It used to be the best. Now I think it's kind of between it and Trade League, but also the 5% pop growth from the religious convocation is probably best for a theoretical max GDP run. Everyone's antagonistic with us. God. Okay, this is more our speed. I assume our glass is pretty well priced. We do have an iron company, so they would accept this. And give this stuff too. Alright. Oh boy. The thing is, we're not. Oh, we could also fix our budget by putting everything up for privatization, which we currently don't have. That should help us out. There's probably a privatize all button. It saves you all your kind of settings though here. Don't get to change those. Get to change those. I think that's, well, I think we're about done here. All right. There's the national movement. Back to haunt us is another movement. New hobgoblins are your best friend. I believe goblins and Ulog have an obsession with king salt if you want to focus on exports. Same with ogres and meat. Use the ogres up here. Yeah, okay. So maybe we could get these guys to send us king salts. We're about to wind up this war. Feel not comfortable in terms of the money situation for starting a new major war, though. Well, these guys are kind of friendly towards us. They don't want to send us goods, though. Can we send you goods? Can we send you sugar? Oh, wait. We were talking to the subject there. Yeah, these guys hate our guts. I'm curious that they can't transfer goods either. Let's do this. Do we have Kim Salt fields? I'm not seeing any. I mean, we're kind of in a weird spot regarding the money. I mean, we could try and squeeze people for, like, gold per week, but the gold per week we're sufficiently large that that's not, like, I don't think, an effective way of approaching the game here. That's a step in the right direction for you guys, no? No, you guys don't care about racial segregation. Or the pops will, but not the actual movement itself. Definitely going over a large infamy level has kind of ruined our relationship with a lot of these guys because we have negative attitudes with almost everyone. Which makes it harder to get trade agreements. Okay, can we send you goods? No. He wants to send us Kim salts, though. I think we're kind of okay with this. We will not subvention. Okay, we will not tariff. I think if you get no subventions on anything, you can't get tariffs on anything. Can we goods transfer in a way that they like? No. Can we accept more goods that they would like to send us? Not really. Moving in the wrong direction, sending him money, but... it's not a lot. I want to try and get to the point where we can goods transfer this guy. Kim Salt. Why don't you want to accept this? I don't know about groceries obsession, but guns and potions seems amazing. I think guns is probably the best. You let goblins have a small arms expression, ogres have a potions and groceries obsession. Okay. Preemptive defense is back in fashion after all. I think, what are we even spending that much money on? Goods for government buildings, a lot of that's paper. Government wages, a lot of that's gov administrations. Observatories too. Spending a lot on small arms. Maybe we should have done arms tools. So are we importing small arms? Could we be importing small arms if we wanted? Not that that's generally the direction you want the small arms to go, but... some of our sell orders are from trade. No one wants to accept good transfers from us. Of any kind, really. Why do they hate it so much? Not interested in this article. Because you're not running, like, a deficit of the thing? Look deeper and it depends on ogre culture. Gotcha, gotcha. Bunch of markets to exploit, though. They're isolationists, you have to treaty port them. Islands on the east of Ulag have soap, which is nice. Are the ogres supposed to be like Manchurian? Yeah, I don't know. I have mixed feelings when like you can make an analogy between the two things. Maybe you want to go for something like this. He's interested in iron. The problem is we have to get rid of this minus 1k thing. We have to wait for, I think, a year. So that's not quite doing it for us. How much are we spending on military goods? Goods for government, good for military buildings. It's pretty expensive for us. Is that the decrease when we stopped tariffing small arm imports? I guess we should have done that forever ago. Obviously, we could just take free states from people, but we're not gonna utilize that exploit. Ron Guin, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. Ron Guin? Oui? Poor Archon has been having issues for forever now. Alright, so I think we go external trade up to 3 here. This is a little more juice. Untrained hands, finna catch these hands. Why not just deck on Ulag? I don't know if we can land them with a 30 stack. This would be maybe what we'd want to do. How bad is their army? I know they're goblins, so they have a malice, but because they're goblins. What are you using, dog? Yeah, I don't know if we can land into the line infantry. That might just be wood chipper and our boys. Kind of would love to take their treaty port, though, off of them. Then we really don't need to do goods transfer to try and make money off of them. It's just like a high density people that actually don't like us very much. Maybe that's why they don't want the goods transfers from us. Or they nerfed the AI, or they buffed the AI rather and made them like less willing to accept goods transfers. Like goods transfers don't really hurt you though. When you accept them, like coming your way, they hurt your pops. So I think the AI should actually be somewhat okay with it. We'll make a little bit of money that way. Leadership. Oh, I guess we want to delete some of this. Lonely Isles? Oh, we can colonize this now? Alright. I mean, 71k is maybe a bit more manageable here. Bird culture north of Ulog has a few obsessions. Meat and other luxury clothes. Luxury clothes? How could people not like this? We're great. Yeah, this truth hurts. The luxury clothes, obsession is actually exactly what we're looking for. Taboo is glass. Birds would taboo glass, eh? They hate running into the windows. So these guys, yeah, maybe we could send them luxury furniture. They're not very big though. Looks like this is getting a little bit better. We're starting to earn a lot from Diplo Pacts. Oh wow, we're earning so much from them being our puppet. Holy shit. That helps a lot. We have to get this guy down to being a puppet. Or sorry. Yeah, no, him down to being a puppet. Can't we just grant him a bunch of states and then click annex and get all those states back? Could bowling war reps out of moderately weaker targets be an economic solution? Yeah, but it generates a decent chunk of infamy. So we're just checking. We're saving because I don't know if this works. I think it ought to work. I think once we form, maybe we'll call it a stream. Kind of closing it on 4 hours here. Our standard here. But what we can do is we can subject this guy. He doesn't want to get his autonomy decreased, so we grant him a state. We'll be kind of about that, eh? And we grant him a state. Now he's willing to have his autonomy reduced. Perfect. And now, with both these guys with reduced autonomies, we can just click Form Star Shimmer Federation. They all become more loyalist, and we just annex all of them, so it doesn't matter that we push that over. GDP massively increases. We are now big. Could reevaluate where we want to build stuff as well, or where we want the cap. Hourglass Mausoleum. Oh, interesting. A lot of these have universities. We'd maybe want to delete some of them down, but we're not running a negative balance anymore here. Because we had much higher construction relative to them. Also, gold mines do be nice. Looks like they got several of them. We need flamethrowers. One day. Maybe try not being poor, basically. We're able to open the markets to the giants in the north. They also have luxury furniture obsession. Well, we were kind of checking these guys out. Let's see if we can get these guys. I can't even send these guys luxury furniture. Man, what's that about? Is luxury furniture not even cheap in our market? Oh, you know what? Luxury furniture, we're not using the best luxury furniture PM specifically. Because it requires us to do the non-magical route. They're kind of even price. But yeah, we are not doing this. some of that and that. It does make us generate mandate much slower though, so that's a downside. Magic support bonus. Yeah. Alright, well, I think that's some good progress for us for today. The economy's bad, just make more money. We were trying to print more money. They're trying to send goods to these guys, but they just... Well, these guys we can send luxury furniture. They hate it, though. It might have to be they need a certain amount in their market already. If we look at our prices, though... A luxury furniture's not even that expensive. Luxury gold is... What is this? Trinkets. Ugh. Something like this. God, it hurts so bad we're using this idiot's gizmos. They could be our gizmos. They should be our gizmos. I like the purple color. Me too. Time to protect Opala. Is that code for something other than protection? We could get this guy inside, though. This is probably a decent kind of way of approaching this. We can't colonize this stuff yet. I think we're gonna call it though. Let's see if anyone else is on Twitch. That we don't normally raid around this hour though, so would not be surprised to. We see Ben Feingold. It's Ben. Let's see if anyone's in the Vic 3 streets. Oh wow, this guy named Generalist Gaming. Looks like we're kind of the only bigger person streaming. Alright, I think we're just gonna call it. I hope you guys enjoyed. We will probably be continuing this. We'll probably try and do some stream in the middle of the week and next Saturday as well. And see what we can do here. I don't know if we have any sort of journal entries that we really need in terms of flavor that we have, like, remaining for these guys. These guys, I think, are a little bit lighter on the flavor. Ooh, Rainbow Wishstone. Oh, we have a journal entry for Rainbow Wishstone? Well then, I guess we have to go for that company instead of the other one. Instead of the one we have. Womp womp. Alright, but in any case, we'll figure that out later. I hope you guys enjoyed. You guys have a good one. YouTube algorithm stuff, etc. Bye-bye now.